is 2 and 13, so better than last time I told you, because last time it was O and something, so that's good. They picked up some wins. Girls basketball is 8-8. There's a non-conference game tonight at home. I think they play Shawano. Boys bowling is 7-1, so the best record we have in any of our sports. If you didn't know from all the state appearances I've already had in the last couple of years. Hockey is 5-9. They play tonight against Wapaka, and girls gymnastics has a meet on January 24th. So if you have nothing to do, go to the girls gymnastics meet, I guess. And that's all we have for this meeting. Any questions?
Good.
Okay.
No questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We will move to item B, public comment.
Thank you, Jake.
Thanks, Jake. Okay, we have 3 people signed up to speak tonight. The first one is Courtney Yari. And if I say a name wrong, please forgive me.
Just to let you know, apparently the audio is not great. Okay.
Thank you for letting us know that.
Absolutely. Anything to delay me starting. My name is Courtney Yari, and I teach 3rd grade at North Elementary. You may remember me from this summer talking about 7 mindsets. If you remember, I mentioned last time I spoke that public speaking has always elicited an intense panic within me. And if you cannot tell by my shaky voice, my heart rate is about 155. And so that is still true at this moment, especially in front of the school board. However, I feel so strongly about what I am about to say that I know any amount of panic I experience is completely worth it in order to be heard. I am here tonight to show my deepest support of Dr. Sprague and her continued role of superintendent in the United School District of Antigo. After this meeting tonight, you will be having a closed session that, whether you know it or not, is crucial to the success of our district. This closed session being the future of whether or not Dr. Sprague continues on in this district. District report cards and numbers do not tell the whole story. As someone that personally has to deal with the stress and the pressure that we put onto children as young as my 8-year-old 3rd graders every year with standardized testing for those scores, I truly need you to hear what I am saying. Those scores are a screenshot of what actually happens in our district. It's what I tell my students every year. The scores do not define you as a student or a person, and you are more than any test. Just like the district report card does not define Dr. Sprague as a superintendent or as a person, and she is so much more than a test or number. If you actually want to see what happens, understand the daily struggles, and help make a difference with our scores in this district, volunteer in a classroom and help your teachers. Help entice more educators to our district so we can have smaller class sizes. And specials teachers so we can have our prep time to make sure we're even more prepared for our students instead of feeling rushed and overwhelmed. You're focusing on the wrong things, and your mindsets are skewed during these meetings. If you know anything about Dr. Sprague, you know she is a compassionate, driven, well-educated, empathetic listener, and a person who cares deeply for her students and her staff. She pops into my room just to say hi. She has nothing but the best interest of her staff, students, and families in mind. Most importantly, she's a human being with feelings like all of us, and deserves respect and kindness because that's what she gives everyone else. She is invaluable and does so much more than you all are aware of. I feel honored to be able to say that I work with her. You can always count on her smiling face when she comes to the schools to see how everyone is doing. And that is something I will never take for granted, because you don't always see that from someone in a position of power. I have never felt like I work beneath her, but rather with her, which says more about her as a superintendent than any other words can. You don't often find that in the world of education. I don't see myself as a number or just another random employee. I see myself as a part of her team and a part of something important. Without Dr. Sprague, that wouldn't be the case. Our team needs Dr. Sprague, and I am nowhere near the only one within our staff that feels this way, as you can see behind me. You were voted in to be a part of our team, and I would sure hope that you listen to what your teammates are saying. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And number 2 is Avery Avery Kobledge.
I should have been in the door earlier to beat Courtney to the... So,
She broke the ice for
she
you,
did
and
more
she
than
did a good
that.
job.
So. That's 100% true. All right, so I am Avery Koblings. I am a science teacher here at the high school, and I have been for, well, this is my 5th year here. I am here specifically to talk about the same thing that Courtney did, to really give support for Dr. Sprague, especially when it comes to the second thing that you are going to be discussing in the closed session tonight. Before those comments, though, I do want to make a couple comments about the first part that you're going to bring up in closed session tonight with the non-renewal of administrative contracts. I think this, on a whole, is going to be a terrible choice if that's what we swap to. We need our administrators to feel at least somewhat safe in their position because they are going out of their way. It's not easy. It is a slow process. It takes time. And this 2-year non-renewal system that we are looking at in closed session tonight actively gets in the way of that. It makes it so when one of them leaves, we won't have more administrators want to go for those positions. It actively makes it a less enticing position, a less enticing district to want to work with. And I think if we were to adopt something like that, it would be a huge detriment to myself as a teacher and the district as a whole. So that was the first part. And then the second part, which is really what I wanted to end on, is my support for Dr. Sprague. So it has been my pleasure to be able to work with her for my entire time that I've been here. 5 years, same as Dr. Sprague. And I could not have hoped for a better superintendent in my time. And I need this to be heard. Anytime that anything has come up, I know I can go to Dr. Sprague. I know I can go to her to be heard, to be listened to, and for my viewpoint to be taken to heart. I do not always agree with what Dr. Sprague says, what Dr. Sprague has gone with. But I trust her unequivocally because I know for a fact that if I go to her, or if we have this discussion, we have this discourse, I will be heard, and any decision that's being made is being made considering the entire picture. She cares so incredibly deeply about everyone involved in this. The teachers, the staff, the students, the community, the school. She cares about everything in that. And to even be considering not renewing her contract makes me livid. She is the best one for this job, 100%. And anyone who doesn't believe that has not stepped foot in this school or any of our schools to see how things are going. Yes, our test scores are not where we want them to be. But she came in with a system that was not set up for her to succeed at that point. But every day she has been coming in and tirelessly acting as that shield for us so that we can do what we need to try to make this as good of a place as we possibly can. She's the best superintendent that I could have asked to work for. She's the only one that I want to work for. Hands down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Avery. And our third speaker for tonight is Ingrid Bussey.
I'm just excited and fall down the stairs. Okay, it's a problem. Okay. Hi, my name is Ingrid Bussey. I am I work at the high school and I work with students who need a lot more support than the traditional special education students. I'm not gonna lie to you, I came here 3 years ago scared. I was scared based off test scores. what my kids who went here said and what other people said in the community. I have to tell you, I have been so impressed with the staff at the high school, the director of pupil services, the students. Most of the students are really good students, you guys, but most importantly, our district superintendent, who has always been there. If we ever have a problem, she sat with me for 30 minutes and has been amazing. By far the best school district I have ever worked for. Now, I'm scared of something else. Now I'm scared because we do not have the support of many of our parents. I am scared because the blame is starting to fall on the teachers. We are not miracle workers. It's hard to teach kids that are not there, don't turn in assignments, have poor reading skills to begin with, especially when we do not have a reading specialist to help us. And those who are having behavior problems in school. Our standardized tests that you base so many things on are literally meant to trip kids up by the wording. Honestly, I took a practice 4-word test and I did not do well. Our students with disabilities you have to take that in consideration. It's all students with disabilities that struggle, like my students, and those higher level. It is not an accurate reading. But mostly, I'm scared of you. I'm not gonna lie. I'm scared because I am afraid you will get rid of the superintendent who has supported these teachers. She's been to so many events. She's been in our school. She's been in our classrooms. She's sat down with us. She has supported us. I'm scared because if you get rid of her, I'm afraid that a lot of great teachers will leave. I'm scared because some of the board members and others in the community are actively telling people of the community that we are teaching critical race theory and that SEL is bad. I've even heard that SEL is critical race theory, which is crazy. I have been in so many classes supporting our kids. And I can assure you, and you know many of these teachers yourself, you went to school with some of them. They are not teaching critical race theory. I don't even know where that's getting from. And I think some people base that information out of things that have happened in other school districts. Those are most of the things that people have told me that is critical race theory. I have never seen that. However, most of you guys have not been in our classroom. You don't know our struggles, and you have not listened to us teach because we have been trying to teach them both sides. Be like way better than I think I would be, but they have not tried to sway that truth in any possible way. SEL is not going against family values. Honestly, I use SEL on a daily basis, and my kids are doing amazing. We're teaching them strategies to solve problems, to calm, to self-regulate, and to be nice to people. They are not getting this at home. You know, as a Christian, I lead one of those classes right here in this room, and we have never said anything that goes against what many of you guys think is being said. We're not going against family members. And let's not forget, it's the parents who are supposed to be teaching these values. It's not supposed to be us, but we have continually, our job is to do academic, but we are constantly having to do so many different things. Our kids are not okay. They are struggling emotionally. And it breaks my heart, some of these things the kids are going through. And it frustrates me when people think that SEL is going against family values or is critical race theory. And not to lie, there's a lot of not so nice kids here. Not a lot, there are some. But that is what we are trying to do. That is what that is for. So that is what I had to say. And like I said before, I really strongly support the superintendent. She has done an amazing job. I talk to my friends all over the country who are teachers, and they are all struggling with the same problems we are struggling with here. The only difference is,
You have 10 seconds left.
Perfect. The only difference, when I tell them about our superintendent and our staff, our administrators, they are just blown away. They're like, I haven't even seen my superintendent. So I just wanted to say that we fully support you, and most of the teachers do. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ingrid. Thank you all for being here tonight and telling your supportive appreciation for Dr. Sprague. But I do want to take the liberty, item B on the closed session agenda, the 9 board members, we're discussing Dr. Sprague's evaluation. We're not talking contract with her tonight at all. Just to ease your mind, this is just an evaluation night for her that we do every year in that we evaluate Dr. Sprague. So that's what tonight is for. Item 2 is just the evaluation, because Dr. Sprague, unlike most of you, has 9 bosses that sit at this table, and we don't get very many opportunities to speak about our one employee, the district superintendent. And that's what we'll do tonight in closed session, is go through the evaluation process of, believe it was 36 questions that we all had to answer, and rate Dr. Sprague, and that's what we're going to reveal tonight as a board in closed session.
Can I say, Danny, only that she's under contract next year for sure?
Yes.
Come back next year. Then
Yes.
we'll need to redo this.
Her contract is extended through June 30th, 2024. So I just wanted to ease everybody's mind tonight about that. Thank you so much. Moving on to item 3, consent agenda, letter A. I would be looking for a motion for the approval of the agenda, the minutes, and the financial reports.
I move the board approve the agenda minutes from the December 21st, 2022 Board of Education meeting, financial reports for November 2022, consideration of current bills, checks number 6489 through 6527 in the amount of $129,105.81. ACHs 222300612 through 222300729 in the amount of $776,993.32, and one wire transfer in the amount of $13,744.53 for a total of $914,843.66.
Okay, motion has been made. Is there any discussion? Dr. Bardo?
Well, first of all, most meetings I have to abstain, and I'm going to abstain on check number 6557. But when I looked at the number that Jill read, she had the last, what's here before us, the last number is 6527, and I think
Should be 6581.
6581. Okay, I thought there was an error.
I thought so when I was saying it.
Dr. Bardo, would you like to offer an amendment to that motion that's been made to make those changes?
I would amend the final check number to 6581. Was that the number? Yes, 6581.
Go ahead, add to his amendment.
And financial reports for December 2022. It currently states November.
Oh, yeah.
So the amendment on the floor now is changing the month from November to December, and on line number 2, number 6527 to what is the number?
6581.
6581. We'll direct all of our comments and questions to the amendment that's on the floor. Hearing no comments or questions to the amendment, what you're getting ready to vote on is just changing the language from financial reports for December 2022, consideration of current bills, checks number 6489 to 6581. That's what you're voting on right now. So if you are in favor of that, you vote yes. If you're not in favor, you vote no, or you can abstain. Voting is open. Anybody would like to change their vote? Okay, the voting is closed, and the results? We're all in favor. Now, the main motion on the floor now is with those changes from what we just voted for the amendment. Is there any other discussion? Hearing no discussion, voting is open. If you are in favor of, vote yes. If you are against, vote no, or you can abstain. Anybody like to change their vote? Voting is closed. And all in favor, the motion is carried. Item number 4, we will have the auditor's presentation.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
All right, so I'm Leah Lasecki with CLA, Clifton, Larson, Allen. I'm a non-familiar face. This is my first year working with the district. I am the signing principal, so I have ultimate responsibility for the report, okay? First off, before I start, does everybody have the deliverables? Electronically, I would presume?
Yes.
Okay, so you received 2 deliverables as part of the audit. You received the large audit pack as well as the executive summary. I'm gonna focus most of my attention tonight on that executive summary, as well as answer any of your questions that you may have, okay? So before I start real quick, I wanna give a huge thank you out to the district's finance staff. We worked with Tim and Angel on the audit this year. Everything went exceptionally well. You're not gonna hear anything negative that I have to say tonight by any means. We definitely work with other departments too, depending on what we're doing for a single audit. We may be working with food service, we may be working with curriculum directors, those types of things. So by and large, when we come in, everybody is incredibly accommodating, ready for us, and we definitely appreciate that, okay? All right, so I'm gonna start real quick on page 1 of the executive summary. Did everybody find that on their screens?
Yes.
Good, okay. All right, so I'm gonna start real quick with the services that are provided by an auditor. I don't know what you've heard in the past from an auditor, so I just kind of want to start from the ground up and kind of talk a little bit about what we do as auditors. So you might not realize that we actually prepare 2 audits for you guys. Even though it's put into the same bound book, we actually do 2 separate audits, 2 separate opinions, okay? The first one being on your financial statements, okay? We tick and we tie and we make sure that all the numbers are correct, okay? The second audit that we do is on compliance with federal and state requirements, grants, okay? Both of those, I would say on the compliance side of it, takes up about 40% of our time. And the financial statement side takes up about 60% of our time, okay? So a significant time investment goes into both, but it might be surprising to learn that we spend as much time on compliance as what we do, okay? The third service that we provide to the district, and another one that you probably are not aware of, is that we certify your numbers that go to the state on the 2nd Friday of September, okay? And those numbers are used by the state to calculate out your equalization aid. So we actually go in and we actually certify those numbers by that date. So we have to have final numbers. The district has to have final numbers by that point and everything, okay? So it's really those 3 services. So the first 2 are what I'm gonna talk on tonight, okay? And if you look at this executive summary under audit opinion, you'll see that we're saying that your financial statements are fairly stated, okay? We're giving you what is known as a clean audit opinion, okay, that they're unmodified. So what does that really mean? It means that your financial statements are not materially misstated, okay? We haven't identified anything large, material, that would prevent us from giving you that unmodified opinion, okay? That's important. We don't give absolute assurance, okay? You guys wouldn't want us sitting here spending all of our time ticking and tying every single dollar out, right? So I'm sure that Tim and Angel would not have wanted that. So obviously it's not absolute, but based on the procedures that we do, which are in a risk-based procedures that we do, it is unmodified, okay? Any questions on that at all? Okay. So internal controls. So this kind of covers both the financial statement audit as well as the compliance audit. And this is where you'll sometimes hear auditors talk about findings, okay? This is where these findings are gonna come out, okay? So when we're doing an audit, we're looking at internal controls over financial statements, and we're also looking at internal controls over compliance, okay? If we find any deficiencies in our understanding, our testing, our walkthroughs, all of that, we have a professional obligation to report that to all of you as board members, okay?
I'm very happy to say that there were no findings in regards to compliance, internal control over compliance. So that means that all of your controls set up to comply with all those grant requirements, we didn't identify any deficiencies, okay? And secondly, we didn't have any compliance issues, okay? Flat out non-compliance, this is non-conforming, okay? We did not have anything like that. Where we did have a couple of findings is in internal control over financial statements, okay? And I'm gonna preface this by saying, I say that in almost every single school district I go to. These findings are so common in Wisconsin school districts because you are typically small to mid-size, okay? And so it's expected that you're gonna have some of these findings just because you're smaller and you outsource that, frankly, to CLA, okay? So the first one is preparation of your annual financial report. We prepare your financial statements for you. In most really large school districts, so school district of Chicago, which I know that's not the name of it, but whatever it's called, obviously they prepare their own financial statements. For you guys, we do that. We could miss something, right? I mean, we're not perfect. So that's the reason why it becomes a significant deficiency. Secondly, there's a finding about adjustments to the district's financial records. That's because we do propose year-end audit adjustments to correct some things, okay? None of which were material this year, but we still do propose those adjustments, okay? So any questions at all on those findings? I know sometimes when you hear the word finding, it becomes a little scary. Okay, all right, good. All right, you'll see in this next section where we talk about identification of federal and state major programs, you'll see there what programs we audited this year for federal. We audited the Emergency Connectivity Fund, which was the special COVID funds that came for buying all the little Wi-Fi devices and all that kind of thing, okay? The second federal program that we audited was ESSER this year as well. Under the state, we audited equalization aids, achievement gap reduction, which used to be known as SAGE, now it's AGR, and we also audited aid for high poverty school district as well, okay? Those are rotational, so every year you'll hear us talk a little bit differently about what programs we're auditing. We're required by OMB, the federal government, and the state government to pick different programs every year to audit. Okay. All right, so let's switch gears into some of the numbers real quick, and you'll see at the bottom that we do a couple of summaries on the general fund balance. Biggest takeaway of all is that last year you did have an increase in your general fund balance of $155,000, okay? That did bring it up to $7.1 million, which represents about 24% of expenditures for 21 and 22, okay? That 24% is an important number, okay? As an auditor, and as well as a benchmark in the industry, or in governmental school, or in governments and in schools, we typically recommend 20 to 25%, and you're sitting at 24%, okay? That's a good number. And some of you might look at that and go, $7.1 million sitting in fund balance? That's incredibly important because of the cyclical nature of cash flow that you have in a school district. Okay, so you do not want to dip below that 20%. You're sitting right now, right kind of at that sweet spot at 7.1 million. Okay. Next on budget, you finished the year very well on budget. You actually budgeted a shortfall of about $600,000. Okay, and you ended up with a $745,000 positive with that $155,000 plus change in fund balance. Okay. Your revenues were a little bit under budget, 4.7%, but you made up for that in expenditures because your expenditures were actually 9.6% less than what you had budgeted. Okay? All right. So now I'm going to really switch gears on you, and I'm going to go to page 2 in the formal required communications. Obviously, there's things as part of the audit that we have to communicate to all of you as board members. If we had had any kind of difficulties with management, if we had disagreements on accounting policies, anything like that, this is where we would communicate this to all of you guys, okay? Nothing happened like that, okay? So I'm just gonna make a couple of comments here that I think are important. Midway down page 2, you'll see that paragraph that says, as described in note 1F, in regards to leases. You did implement a new accounting policy this year, and you may recall that you had outsourced that to Mind the Gap this last year in order to calculate your leases, okay? This is a new accounting policy. It's affecting every single government across the country, okay? But that's what that is. So if you're looking at your financial statements to last year, wondering why that wasn't there, that's why, because it was new, okay? The remainder of this letter talks a little bit about accounting estimates, which I'm not going to bore you with. Just know that we obviously spend a lot of time on accounting estimates because estimates obviously come with a lot of risk. Partway down page 3, under the headers uncorrected misstatements and corrected misstatements, I bring this up because if there were uncorrected misstatements greater than trivial, usually that's a couple $1,000. We have to report that to you as management and governance, okay? We have no issues whatsoever. There were none that were, we identified a variance at a work paper level, nothing like that, okay? Everything was very minimal that we did identify, okay? Corrected misstatements, that just talks about the fact that management has corrected any misstatements that we proposed as part of the audit, okay? Any questions on any of that? Okay. So then the remainder of this, like I said, if we had any issues or anything else, that would be communicated through the rest of this letter. But with no questions, I'm going to turn real quick to page 7. So page 7 is probably one of my most favorite pages in our executive summary. It's a nice snapshot look at each of your funds. It's important too because the district manages 6 funds, well, at least for external financial reporting. Okay, you actually manage 7 because special education is included in the general fund for external financial reporting. Okay, but this is a very important chart. It's a good one to dog ear to go back to because it does give you that snapshot. So again, general fund had a net change in fund balance of $155,000, so you're sitting at $7.1 million in fund balance. Okay. You'll see your non-referendum debt service. You paid off all your debt this year. I bet you guys had a little bit of a celebration, maybe, I would hope. So yes, so you are debt-free after this year, okay? Long-term capital projects, that's a trust fund, that third column, that's your Fund 46. You have about $1.4 million that is restricted only for future capital projects, okay? You did have an increase this year of $750,000, so you did transfer $750,000 from the general fund over to the Fund 46. You'll see your donations fund. Your donations fund did go up about $22,000, is sitting with about $500,000 in restricted fund balance at the end of the year. That includes your student activity. So you guys may recall that last year that all got combined into that same fund. Mm-hmm. Now Fund 60 and Fund 21 are in the same, okay? Food service. Food service is sitting very healthy at $1.275 million in fund balance. You had an increase of $409,000, okay? And I am seeing this at every single school district that we audit, okay? Obviously, with all the free meals from this last year and all that influx of those federal dollars, that has really increased the fund balance, okay? The board's gonna have to come up with some way that you're gonna spend that because it's restricted only for food service, okay? DPI wants to see about 3 months worth of average operating expenses in fund balance. And obviously that number right now is well exceeding that. So eventually, I don't think DPI is gonna be asking quite yet, but eventually they're gonna start asking, how do you plan to spend that money, okay? So just be thinking about that as you budget over the next couple years. What needs are there in food service, okay? Community service, the last fund, you're sitting with fund balance of about $337,000. Okay, you had a net change in fund balance of about $49,000. Okay. My last note here real quick that I'd actually written off to the side for myself to mention back to talking about debt. You can borrow about $122 million, okay? In the audit report is the calculation that shows that. I would not recommend borrowing $122 million, but if you wanted to, the state says that you can, okay? All right. Okay, page 8. Page 8 has some really nice graphical charts, I think, that you can spend some time with. I'm not going to go too much in depth into them, but the general fund, you'll see that over the last 5 years, you've had some nice increases in the general fund. However, for the most part, it stays pretty much in line, which is nice. That's good. That means that you're stable. That's a very good sign of a healthy district. Your food service fund, as I had just said, you saw that big, huge, gigantic spike in food service that you'll have to plan for in the future. Okay. Page 9, that just shows your community service fund. So community service funds can ebb and flow as you're investing in community service and that type of thing. Obviously, you can see a little bit of fluctuation in that fund balances, which is exactly what we're seeing here. Okay. In that last slide, slide 10, or page 10, excuse me, those last two slides. I really like these pie charts. If you compare them year on year, it's really interesting to see where your revenue comes from every year and how it changes, as well as your expenditures. Are you tracking it by function, kind of seeing where your total expenditures are being spent? Is there a little bit of expenditure creep maybe coming in certain areas? So they're really nice pie charts to show next to one another. And that's just more for analysis purposes for you guys than for us to dig into right now. Okay? So any questions on any of that? No? Okay. The remainder of the letter is just the representation letter that was signed by Tim. Okay? All right.
Okay, any questions from the board? Is anybody ready to go borrow 122 million? Hopefully no.
Have you seen other districts with the community service fund increase post-COVID?
Yes, 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 I have. It depends on how they're using it.
Correct.
Every district is different in how they're using community service. So,
Yep.
yeah.
Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
How many years ago did we actually increase our community service levy? Didn't we increase it by 25,000?
Wasn't it 2 years ago, 3 years ago?
2 years ago.
Yeah. Any other questions? Hearing none, thank you so much for your report
You're
that
very
you've given
welcome.
to us.
Yes, thank you.
And you'll look forward to working with Katie in the future. Katie
Yes,
Ann, I'm sorry,
yes, I
in
do.
the future.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving right along to item 5, new business, 2023 Education Convention recap. Andy Mary, Kristen, Matt Miller, Jill Maddock Nelson, and myself went to the convention in Milwaukee, and I had to leave unexpectedly, an emergency, Wednesday around the noon hour. So the three of them actually got to enjoy more of the convention than what I did, but it proved to be a good convention, and in fact, we had a FaceTime with Jake and Julie and Katie Ann with what we're going to present in just a moment from the Facilities Strategic Plan Task Force. But I'm going to let the other three members that stayed longer than I did to share out some of the highlights of theirs sessions that they went to. Let's start with Andy.
Well, I was going to say start with Kristen because she's got the most stuff to present.
Oh, absolutely. Kristen was the delegate. So this is her first year being a delegate. So we thank her for stepping up to the plate and taking care of that on behalf of our school district. So thank you, Andy. Kristen, go ahead, start.
All right, well, I guess I'll start with the delegate assembly then. It has not said for fact that we had a first, but it has been grumbled that it's a first. We actually lost our quorum during the delegate assembly, and we had to end early. So the last 3 resolutions did not even make it to the floor. There was much debate. We lost the quorum 4 hours in. So it was lots to debate, a record number of amendments. So everything passed. Except for the let me get to the universal free school meals, resolution 23-15. It was the only one that failed. Others had amendments to them, but the overall meaning remained the same. Otherwise, I would present that as well. They said within a few weeks they would post everything as it was amended and approved. And then the last one, 2317 licensure, was the first one that did not meet the floor. So since we only meet once a year, 17, 18, and 19 get pushed to next year.
Is it always 4 hours, or is this year unusually long? Is that people just?
I've been told it's gone into the dinner hour before, but it seemed, because I sat next to someone and she said that it was abnormally long, yes. But it has gone later before.
We did find out also that it was a record attendance for the convention this year. As we were meeting in our session, Ben Niehaus was telling us that it exceeded far beyond even pre-2020 years of attendance. So that spoke a lot to how many delegates were there too.
Kristen, would you just elaborate a little bit on why that universal food thing didn't pass, what the argument was against it?
There were a couple districts that had come with numbers of what it would cost their district alone, 1.1 million, 1.4 million. They estimated that overall it would cost $50 to $60 million per year. Granted, the resolution stated it would be state funding, not district funding. The heavy concern was that, yes, it'll be state funded, but that money comes from somewhere. So the argument would be, we gave you $50 million for free school meals, and now you want 50 for something else. So everyone is concerned about money and running out of money, and so that was really why. And it was, I can't say the numbers for sure, but I would say it was within 10 votes.
Krista, do you want to share out any of the session material that you went to, just briefly, very high level?
Just in depth. So I went to 3 breakout sessions, team and trust, restorative practice, and that is the question. And then I also attended the pre-meeting for creating the financial puzzle. That one I learned that Tim really explains things well. There was a lot of members there that did not, and I know very little, but it hadn't even that basic understanding, so we're very lucky for what were delivered. The other 3, I would say there was a resounding theme, and that is that we have to create our goal and then backtrack with our plan. And we all have to reach that plan, that same goal and where we're headed. And unless we do that, there's just going to be lots of roundabouts instead of a straight path. But that was kind of the overwhelming theme.
Okay. Andy, go ahead. Share some of the thoughts from your sessions.
Okay, well, so one of the things I did is I went on the tour of the Vincent High School, because the Vincent High School is the ag high school in Milwaukee, and so students open enroll there if they're interested in ag. And they have a 76-acre campus, they have an orchard, they have planted a forest, well, 4,000 trees. They have a greenhouse, they have a barn, they had goats, sheep, chickens, ducks, a horse. And in the summer, they get in cattle, and they have kids there get to take cattle, sheep, whatever, ducks and chickens too, I guess, to the state fair. So that's pretty impressive. They have 6 areas of study for kids. They have agribusiness and entrepreneurial, animal science, culinary arts, environmental science, food science, horticulture. Yeah, and so that was really good. That if anybody's interested here, they're written up in this magazine. I'll just pass it around, and then I'll give it to Shaylin later. I also went to a session called Putting Reading Research into Practice, and this is a school district that has been using the same reading program we're using. They have spent 3 years researching reading programs to try to come up with the best one for their district, and this year they just started using their new program this year, and they're pretty impressed with it. And I will share the name of that district with you later, Amy. They had some good stuff on how they went through their process of developing.
Which one did they pick?
They didn't announce that in public because they said they didn't want to advertise for anybody. And I won't say it here because I know Amy's going through this process with our staff. And I will say in the state report card things, this district was the exact opposite of ours. And so I think it's really important that we choose a reading program that suits our district. And again, I guess I'm comfortable with Amy working through that, but it's a lot of work. You know, they took 3 years. Amy's trying to do this in a year. And then I also went to a session called Attract and Retain Employees with Financial Wellness. And so this is simply saying that one of the biggest stressors for employees is finances. It's a big stress for all of us. And so they worked with WEA, some department in the state, and this company called Elevate, and they've developed these 200 online sessions that people can take. And so for a small fee, really not, I think they said it was like $2,500 per district, or possibly CSAs could do it for several districts. Employees can take these financial literacy online programs, and it's really just to teach them more about retirement savings, emergency savings, daily budgeting. And I was talking to my daughter about this, and she said, well, I wouldn't want to take a course that's got the basics. I think I know enough that I would want something advanced. But I would say with 200 of these sessions, they must have some that are advanced. And then finally, the three of us went to the annual meeting for Association for Equity in Finance. And I think one of the things we learned was some districts are in a lot worse shape than we are. So we were talking with the superintendent from one district, and I talked with a board member the next day from that district. They said they're going to run a referendum one more time in April, and then in June they will vote on how they're going to dissolve. Wow. In their district, that's, wouldn't be easy to dissolve. They're in the middle of nowhere by themselves. So, okay, I think I'll stop there.
All right.
They had so much declining enrollment that they just had no money?
So, every district in Wisconsin is different. And so when you talk about the funding plan, everybody's got a different story they're telling. So their story is that they have declining enrollment. They have, they're property rich. So they don't get much state aid. They had a low revenue limit to start with, and they haven't been able to pass a referendum. So, yeah.
Interesting. Thank you, Andy. Jill, share some highlights of some of the sessions that you went to.
First, I'd like to give a shout out to Kristen. That was a lot of time. Kristen attended 2 pre-meetings before it hit the floor, so it was a big time investment. There was also feedback shared about how it's the elected officials of the school board to represent your district there. And so to stay to the end and not leave was very important for Kristen representing our district and a highlight for us, so thank you. It's many hours on top of the 4. I also attended the school finance meeting, and then some other breakout sessions I attended was Leadership for the Science of Reading, which talked about, the presenters were from Cudahy and Neillsville school districts. Both districts are high economically disadvantaged with high special education numbers. And the focus was on, they used their data from their reading proficiency scores and then completed a root cause analysis, looked at other districts, learned what they were doing that had similar populations as them, and centered on the struggles with the reading scores and where they wanted their students to be. And then they partnered with a literacy-based consulting group, and then the group did an audit, followed with recommendations and implementation. What stood out within that was the targeted coaching. Since our district has coaching too, this was helpful as a board member, not as a teacher or staff member. But the targeted coaching went in specific to those classrooms. They had a template. They reviewed the lesson plan prior to observing that class, so it was very consistent, and it was same messaging. Piggybacking a little bit off of what Kristen shared earlier too, strategic planning really was like the center point for any of the breakout sessions I attended, of what is your district's goals, and then breaking it down from there. The other big thing that stood out was and it comes from your strategic plan. What do you really want to focus on, make better, make a change to, whether it's reading, behaviors, achievement, whatever your board decides, but being really disciplined in implementing that. Presented, in my interpretation of that, is every district has many struggles, many areas that they'd like to improve, also a lot of highlights. But don't focus on trying to address all of the issues. Focus on addressing one of your major issues identified in your strategic plan and being well-disciplined from top down to implement that. So that way you're doing it to fidelity and everybody's on board with it. Then I attended best practices to take a bite out of behavioral costs. I did not anticipate that this was going to be centered on workman comp claims. So this discussion was on a district that looked at their workman comp claims due to staff injuries from behaviors resulting from students and the cost to the district, and how then I think it was through their insurance company, they were able to bring in an OT, occupational therapist, to observe classrooms, and then identified sensory processing needs through the OT observations. And again, going back to that strategic planning, then narrowed down what do they need to do in each of their buildings and grade levels based off observations and data, and then ties into the SEL framework in terms of helping to teach students how to understand what their body is telling them and what they're needing to help regulate, because they give the example, the cost to lose a staff member is $10,000. If you have low retention rates, it's very expensive for a district on top of the workman comp claims. So I did not anticipate that being the discussion, but I thought it was very creative and insightful as well. I attended improvement practices for student performance post-COVID that really focused on the strategic planning, the big goals all the way down to the individual student goals. Then strategic planning demystified, I also attended, again, similar. They really said your strategic plan is, quote, it's the North Star to guide the decisions for increased student achievement. So just being really diligent in working to establish a strategic plan that is routinely reviewed and discussed in making decisions, and it helps you stay grounded and work towards your district goals. The other thing that they did talk about too is the importance of surveying, getting your community involved in that process, and then also doing a survey. So step 6 is the final step of that, which is the implement and monitor the plan. And they recommend surveying the community to ask, essentially, are we holding up our end of the bargain with what we're doing? So that way the community is holding the district accountable and vice versa, and it's a team approach. Lastly, I attended the board members' roles and duties in student expulsion hearings. The takeaways from that one is there's 2 approaches for expulsion hearings. Is the goal disciplinary or restorative? And that's not to say it needs to be one or the other. Like districts will have, within every district, your goal is either a referral for expulsion for disciplinary or restorative action. Restorative would be that conditional reinstatement. So it just focused on a big part of that was the communication between the board and the administration. So what is the board expecting from administration? When should they bring an expulsion hearing to the board? And that way the response is not, this is coming to us too soon, this is really not a big deal, so to speak, or why did you wait so long? There was a really good example that they talked about, which was how many vaping incidents before your district sends a student for expulsion? Is it first offense and they're recommending expulsion? Or do you have four instances? But that's what they talked about, different examples of when you should or shouldn't, based on the collaboration and communication between the board and the administration, which then ultimately increases the consistency and understanding from staff too. So I relate it to wanting consistency in how we're responding to behaviors, and that kind of sets that tone and precedent too. And even things like having drugs on the student brings drugs to school. Seems, when you break it down, you can break it down in that communication between admin and the board. So, in playing what ifs of it, were they high? Did they have intent to sell? Did they have intent to use? What if that would have dropped out of their pocket, another student consumed it? You know, like, see, having that discussion of what the expectation is, and some discussion for administration as well, but then it kind of directs administration as to when to bring that in front of the board. And then also, when recommending conditional enrollment, they shared that it's encouraged for administration to talk with the family ahead of time. And they don't have to give specifics of what the recommendation to the board is, but just the board typically accepts our recommendations. We are recommending conditional enrollment. And the goal of that conversation prior to the hearing is that way you're reducing the stress and worry on the family that's going through the situation, not minimizing the event, but more taking that team approach, because you're saying your student may return to school XYZ requirements, and upon return, you want the student and the staff and administration to have that positive rapport and trust. So you're building off of a negative to pivot towards a positive, with the remaining goal of student achievement as a priority. There's more with that too, but I'll call it at that.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you to all three of you for going. The greatest thing about the school board convention is the collaboration that happens in the hallways whenever you get to meet other members, board members from other districts, as well as administrators from other districts, some teachers, administrative assistants that are there. It's just a great time of collaboration with other districts that are there. I went to the board governance model at the beginning on Tuesday, and that was the long session for all afternoon on Tuesday. And Mary Kay, you keep us on track with board governance from what they were sharing with us. And I do have some cards that I'll share out with everybody that I picked up off the table that were extra. I'll bring those and give them to you. I don't think I have them with me tonight, sorry. But I'm going to encourage you that February the 23rd, to all the board members, there is a session at the Wisconsin Dells at the Kalahari. I think that there's some great information there at this conference for board members that will be great for our district, as I look through that just briefly even tonight. So check it out. Go to your WASB site page and check out what's going on February 23rd. And if you can, it's a one-day conference. I think we're partnering with WASBO that day, right? There's two groups coming together, thank you, that normally don't do things together, but we're coming together at the Kalahari in the Wisconsin Dells. So check that out. All right? Yes, question?
It's on school law.
School law, thank you very much. And I think that's some of the breakout sessions is very pertinent to what we're going through here and what other districts are facing. And the sad part about it is, even with the convention, you may look and say there's two tracks that you want to go to, and they're both at the same time. And that's when it's good to look at another board member and say, can you go to that one and I'll go to this one, and then you can collaborate back together for that time. Okay, any other questions about the convention recap? Moving right along to item B, German and Spanish trip to Concordia Language Villages presentation.
So good evening. I'm Max Schutze, the German teacher here at the high school.
And I'm Laura Metco, Spanish teacher, one of the Spanish teachers that he knows.
Yeah. I would like to propose taking some students to Concordia Language Villages in Bemidji, Minnesota. The language villages are the next best thing to actually going to the country. It's full immersion. The buildings are similar to the country's buildings. Food is imported. The teachers and staff that work there are either native speakers or are teachers themselves in the language, so they keep everything completely in the language. The trip would be May 5th through 7th. It'd be a Friday morning that we'd be leaving and Sunday afternoon, evening that we would be getting back. like to take any of the interested German Spanish students, grades 9 through 12. Right now, we have about 40 students that have shown interest in going on this trip.
It's so authentic that when I showed students pictures, a student said, wow, it looks just like the movie Encanto. They were very impressed. We haven't been able to travel for so many years, and it'd be really nice to offer at least something overnight and full immersion to practice their language skills if we can't leave the country. Our estimated cost that we put on our requisition form is $300, but we really cushioned that. It would actually be $215 for the camp itself, but then we need to estimate the bus to Minnesota and back. We don't know for sure what that is. We have a quote that we've asked for from Leah, so we'll have more information once we get that quote. It would be paid for in 3 ways. The parents and their families would pay part, and then German and Spanish clubs have done fundraising, so we have some money to offset costs. And then our world language department budget does have some money for teacher travel in there. We would have 1 chaperone per every 10 students, male and female. Let's see, am I missing anything else? Our learning target is students can communicate in the target language at novice, high, intermediate, low level, and they're expected to stay in the target language for the whole trip.
Yeah, so prior to the trip, we're in the language program anyway, we're trying to teach full immersion, so we're preparing the students as if they were going to a different country, similar to what this is going to be. When they return, we would like the students to present something to the class. One thing as far as regarding cost of the chaperones and even the bus driver there, their expenses are paid for by the camp itself. So any of the chaperones that come, there's no expense to them, and if the bus driver stays overnight, there's no expense to them either.
Very good.
We're hoping to start out this year with a 3-day weekend, extended weekend, and then if it's successful, which it looks like it might be, then maybe a 4-day weekend next year, and maybe up to a full week in the future.
And there is the possibility, if we have 40 students per language or more, that we could in the future book the camp just for our school. So,
Any board members have questions?
How many students per language do we currently have? You
But
said
in the entire program, or interested in going on the trip?
entire program. When you say 40 students per language to book, I'm just
Yeah,
curious.
Entire program, let's see.
Sorry.
I have about 150, Erica must have.
So we could hit that 40 if there's momentum
Easy.
moving forward. Yeah, okay.
if there is enough student interest, yeah, if there's momentum going forward,
Nice.
we could possibly.
Okay.
But as it is, I advertised to some of the students when I was introducing this that they would also get to speak with students from other schools that are learning German. So to kind of compare what they're learning to what other students are learning to.
I have a question.
Sure, go ahead, Angie.
Did you say how many hours away this is?
Bemidji, Minnesota.
Yeah.
That I forget how many hours. It's,
Somebody want to Google that?
Bemidji, Minnesota.
I bet,
6 and a half.
Okay, so my thought is we're looking at taking a school bus for that long of time?
We put in a quote to Marriott.
Okay,
And we've done that. When we go out of the country, we've taken Marriott buses down to Chicago or to the Twin Cities to get to our airport.
okay. And forgive me, because I don't know the cost, but like, I don't know the price difference between that and.
It's a big difference.
It is a big difference? Okay, never mind.
I'll tell you, it's a big difference.
Okay, and I just want to say that my daughter is in German, and she doesn't want to fly anywhere. That's why she didn't go out to the Rose Bowl. And so this is an awesome opportunity for her to get that experience and not have to fly. I think this is super cool because of that.
yeah, I've been to this camp as a camper when I was my freshman year of high school. I was there as kitchen staff when I graduated from high school, and I was also there as a counselor, so I've seen it from a few different angles. It's really a neat place to be.
Yeah, I know people who have been to the camp in more recent years, and they really had positive things to say about it.
Nice.
Don't-
So, yes, JD.
Do you think there'll be a time in the future when you do this camp and go overseas again? Like, what's our criteria before you can go back to Mexico or Germany?
I was looking into going over to Germany this spring, but the prices, right now, they're looking at $6,000 for a 10-day trip. And with Germany and with COVID right now, there's a lot of things that aren't open. And also with the war in the Ukraine, prices have been escalated quite a bit. So I wanted to
Bless you.
provide the next best thing, knowing that students have not been able to go for a while. But yeah, I would like to offer this even in the future for those that don't like to fly or that don't have the funds to go overseas for an entire week. And this would also incorporate a wider grade range too for students.
Mexico, a lot cheaper than Germany, I assume.
Yes, it's closer, so it's cheaper. Our last trip was Panama, 19.
I think you went to the Dominican in 2015 or 16.
2016 Dominican Republic, and then 2018 Panama.
My oldest daughter went to the Dominican.
Any other questions from the board? Dr. Bardo?
Well, I'm looking that they have to have a commitment to Concordia by February 24th, and our board meeting in February is the 27th. So if we're going to give them the approval, we have to do that tonight.
So is that a motion from you there?
Sure.
It's on the overnight trail, isn't it?
Unfortunately, this is not on the agenda for action. It's only on for new business.
Then they have a problem.
Well, can't we just approve it by email like we do these all the time?
Can't we approve it by amending the consideration to approve overnight trip?
We would have had to have done that with the consent agenda at that point.
Oh, okay.
But we've approved like sporting events and sporting trips via email, so
Well, the commitment is due by February 24th. They would come back for the trip to be the overnight stay like the other groups do. They will come back. You'd have to send the report for us to approve the overnight stay. So we can get away with saying you can commit, but then you got to come back to approval for the overnight stay. I'm just looking at Dr. Sprague, and she's...
What the commitment entails?
Well, we have a checklist from Janet, and we
Okay.
filled out the paperwork. We've got.
Yeah, I see that it was, sent by the administration.
We have
Yeah,
that.
yep.
It's just when students do sign up, it is a $75 non-refundable fee per student when they sign up, so.
So what I'm hearing is they're able to continue with their process.
Yes, continue.
And then you would just come to the board for the formal request to approve the trip, actual travel of it. So you're not asking for approval to move forward on the trip, you're good to go. You come back to ask for the travel.
All you
right?
would need to do is just let Mary Kay submit that you're ready to ask for that approval for the trip for February's meeting. You don't even have to show up unless you just want to be here for the meeting, and because we've heard the presentation already, and then you'll be good to go.
Is part of the commitment though, the $75 that has to be done by the 24th?
When we send the students in, I can talk to the camp to see
Yeah.
if they can be flexible with that based on
Yeah.
the school board dates. But they have reservations and stuff, and if we can't, they're holding spots for us. And if we're not going to take them, they need to open them up.
If there's a
for
problem
us.
with that, let me know, and we'll get creative on how to make that happen,
All right, we'll do. I'll
okay?
talk to the
Because we
camp.
don't want the kids to miss out that opportunity. All right? Any other
Sounds good.
questions about the trip? No?
Sounds fun.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Item C, Finance Committee Report. I will be looking for a motion, please.
I move the board approve the minutes of the January 3rd, 2023 Finance Committee meeting as presented.
Motion has been made by Jill for the Finance Committee to be approved. Jill, would you like to speak to that motion?
No, I would like to defer to Dave if you'd like to
Okay.
speak to it.
The Finance Committee meeting was called to order at 6:02 PM by Dr. Dave Bardo, the committee chair, on Tuesday, January 3rd. Those present from the board, Dr. Dave Bardo and Jill Maddock Nelson, absent Dr. Noel Deep, administration present, Katie Ann Stranga and Dr. Julie Sprague, other board members present, Danny Pyatt. New business. Attorney Mike Winter was unable to attend the meeting. This item, which was descriptions of district-owned property, will be postponed until the February 6th, 2023 Finance Committee meeting. Purchase of a sand storage unit. Mark Kautza presented the request to purchase of a sand storage unit at the cost of $53,490 from Camera Corner Connecting Point. The current storage unit will exceed its service life at the end of April 2023. To ensure timely delivery and current pricing, he asked permission to pre-order prior to full board approval. This item will be considered for action at the January 23rd, 2023 Board of Education meeting. Purchase replacement security cameras. Mr. Kautza shared his plan to replace outdated security cameras and install some where this is inadequate coverage. He is recommending the purchase from Camera Corner Connecting Point at the cost of $72,800.25. This item will be considered for action at the January 23rd, 2023 Board of Education meeting. ESSER 3 Summer School Grant Opportunity. Katie Ann Stranga reported on a summer school grant opportunity the district could benefit from. It is designed to pilot new opportunities, including transportation and expanded offerings. Katie will address the full board on this topic at the January 23, 2023 meeting during the Finance Committee report. Budget update. Katie Ann provided an update of the current budget. Discussions followed regarding staff incentives. Budget calendar. Katie Ann shared the budget calendar, noting that CLA will present the audit report at the Board of Education meeting on January 23rd. The preliminary budget will be presented in June or July with final approval expected in October. The meeting was adjourned at 6:58 with the next meeting being on Monday, February 6, 2023.
Any questions to the Finance Committee report as read by Dr. Bardo? Katie Ann, you want to come and give that overview of the summer school funding grant?
All right, so you guys should have received the full, beautiful packet of guidelines, which I'm sure you read through thoroughly in your time. But then I also did a one-pager to kind of break it down a little more simple. So if you take a look at that, we're just vetting this opportunity at this time. We're still in talks with Tom Zamzow, who oversees our summer school program, as well as district admin, to kind of see if it's a good fit and if it would work for our needs. It is competitive, so it's not guaranteed. It is due on February 17th. The notification would come in March, and the project period would be between March 2023 and September 30th, 2024. The award amount, we would fall into Tier 4, so that is an enrollment of $1,000 to $4,999. A minimum ask of $115,000 for the 2 years to a maximum of $575,000. I have a list of kind of the funding priorities that they're looking for through DPI, and high-quality evidence-based summer programming that would address engagement and empowerment through active hands-on learning, wellness and development, and practice in interpersonal competencies, offering meaningful and relevant activities to promote mastery, offering programming that engages community partners and collaborations. Programs demonstrating collaboration with at least one community partner is required. Approved funding activities, they have prior, during, and after. So prior to summer school starting, we can fund planning, professional development, and resource procurement. During summer school, we can fund transportation, salaries, and resources. And then after, we can fund data analysis and communication. Any questions in regards to the grant directly?
So any kids that are participating in this have to be in for the 6 weeks? Is that correct?
No, so we have to just offer summer school. And when I attended the webinar after I took a look at and made this, we have to provide funding for 6 weeks up to 16 hours. Now, they said you can take 16 times 6 and get that number, which is 96, and you have to hit 96 hours of summer instruction throughout the summer. It can be within chunks, it can be 3 different weeks worth, but within that time, you have to provide an opportunity of 96 hours.
For each child?
No, overall. Total.
Provide an opportunity for 96 hours, so then this is kind of a silly question, but if providing the opportunity could be where we have summer school options but not enough enrollment.
Absolutely.
So if there's not enough enrollment, is it still considered providing the opportunity or no longer providing the opportunity if we can't have the course due to a lack of enrollment?
So as long as we have structured 96 hours worth of instruction that we have actually delivered.
Okay.
So we would want to plan ahead. And that bullet point right there is the bullet point that we're still kind of talking through, like if we fit that or not. Because that was one that was not spelled out in the requirements very clearly, and so they addressed it very heavily in the webinar.
Thank you.
How many hours of instruction do we give in last year's summer school?
That is a great question. Amy, would you have that offhand? I could get that answer for you. Tom Zamza would know. Ultimately, we're hoping that after we kind of analyze what we're offering and what the barriers are to students enrolling in summer school, that maybe we can provide more opportunity if we can break down some of those barriers. So we're working through that analysis. We don't want to jump too fast, too far.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So you found this grant, is that right, or how did we come about this?
So we had heard that DPI was going to be releasing this. They are ESSER funds, the competitive ESSER funds.
Okay.
And actually, Angel Zimmerman from the Boys and Girls Club forwarded and asked if we were planning on going forward or not.
Okay.
So it was brought to our attention as well as kind of looking at it.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
Dr. Bardo?
Katie, when you presented it to us, one of the things that was exciting was you were talking about money for transportation and that we could use busing to get our kids from all over the district here. So now that you've been at seen the webinar, is that still on the table?
100%.
Because that was the thing that I think everybody got excited about, was
Yep.
that we could use buses to get our kids here that normally wouldn't get here for summer school.
Yes, so it would definitely bridge that gap of rural children involvement, or even, kids that don't have that transportation in the summers. So that is something we're looking into. Our biggest hiccup at the moment is we would not know until March, which is okay, but providing time for parents to prepare. So knowing that it's still, just in the vetting stages is very important, but that is an exciting portion of it. Something we definitely don't have local budget for, so piloting it and seeing where our enrollment can go with it is kind of what we would be really interested in.
Yeah, and transportation, a lot of feedback I got with summer school last year is working parents, in addition to rural, but a lot of it was working parents. That was a big barrier of not being able to leave to pick up because of the times of the classes offered.
Any other questions? Okay, we have a motion on the floor to accept the minutes of the Finance Committee report. Any other questions, comments? No? The voting machine is open. If you want to accept the minutes as read by Dr. Bardo, vote yes. Anyone like to change their vote? All right, the voting is closed. And it's been accepted and carried. Moving on to letter D, the Building and Grounds Committee report. I will be looking for a motion.
I move the board approve the minutes from January 9th, 2023 Building and Grounds Committee meeting as presented.
Motion has been made by Andy. Andy, would you like to speak to your motion?
No, I'll let Angie speak to it.
Thank you. Angie?
I will cover what I can, and then I'm going to defer back to you, Danny, because I was not at this meeting. I ended up having a migraine that day, and I was out. So Danny and Dave thankfully covered for me, and yeah, so, but the minutes, what I see is Ms. Domke and Mr. Perizic from the high school CTE department presented a plan for updates and renovation to the Wers greenhouse. They explained that the 23-year-old structure is past its useful life and replacement parts are obsolete. Katie Ann Ostranga provided funding recommendations, and a financial plan and bidding results will be presented at the next Building and Grounds meeting on February 13th. I did tour the greenhouse with Jake a while back, and it is definitely in need of some repairs, and we did talk about some ideas with that. So looking forward to hearing the planning of that. They also discussed the district's building capacity task force, if you will. And then I think you discussed an outline which defined short-term, intermediate, and long-term goals. And I'll let you speak to that in more depth.
We will actually reserve that conversation for the next item on the agenda.
Okay.
We'll tie those two together.
Okay, that sounds great.
All right, any questions from the minutes given for the building and grounds?
I do have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Was there discussion with the greenhouse? I thought there was some barriers with how long we could operate the greenhouse. Like at the end of the school year. Am I making sense? I thought there was something with like cleaning or something where there was a limit. I just thought of this right now, so that's why I don't have my words nor the correct terms, but there was some barrier, if I recall correctly. No, I'm
Katie
getting
Ann,
weird
you wanna
looks,
speak
so
to
maybe
that?
not.
Yeah, the only thing that I can think of is that at the end of the school year, it would be almost inoperable as is because of the heating units.
Was when I went to the plant sale, so.
So I know that one of the things that happened last year with the plant sale is from the heaters, the condition of them right now, we figured out through talking with the consultant that some of the problems that Shalyn was experiencing with plants dying or not growing properly or things like that was caused from those heaters. Obviously they heat and make heat, so that makes sense in my head, but when you look at the growing side, apparently if that combustion is off a little bit due to the age of the burners, it causes problems with plants. So we did learn that, and she did have problems of that.
That would make sense.
And secondly, the condition of the panels and the instrumentation that control the panels right now for ventilation, it really limits her options as far as being able to provide the ideal environment for growing, so she ran into problems with that too. So that may be along the lines of what you were.
Yes, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? Hearing no questions, the voting machine is open to accept the minutes of the Building and Grounds Committee. Okay, anybody want to change their vote? All right, the voting is closed, and the motion carries. Moving on to item E, the USDA Facility Strategic Plan Task Force. And Dr. Bardo and Dr. Sprague and I met this week, actually, talking about this after our meeting the four of us was at the convention in Milwaukee, and then three administrators was on with the Google Meet. And I do apologize once again for the camera. I got home and Nathaniel pushed one button on my computer and the camera came on. So darn the luck. But anyway, as we met this week with Julie, she also met with some other committees that have been meeting for a YMCA / Boys and Girls Club / activities facility for seniors / all fill in the blank. And that committee has been meeting for some time. So I believe what the place that we are at now with our district and with this other committee, and what we've heard from Ben Niehaus and the WASB folks down in Milwaukee, is that it's time for the school district to take the initiative and the lead, because obviously the education mind of our students is more important than anything else in our district. So what I would suggest, and what Dr. Sprague and I have talked about, is the potential of having a board retreat with Brian from the YMCA in Wausau in the very near future. In fact, Dr. Sprague has talked to Brian and gotten some dates down that we can check to have this retreat to see what this would look like. There are other school districts in our area, Mosinee being one, Lakeland Union being another school district. Those two that I'm aware of. In fact, I talked to one of the board members of 25 years of Mosinee while I was at the convention, just for a brief moment, and we began to share back and forth about the YMCA and how it works, and he absolutely loves having the YMCA in their facility with their school. So Julie and I are just going to kind of play off of each other here as far as what we want to present. Yes, you have the strategic plan task force that was presented at the building and grounds level that's been attached there. And WASB in the meeting said that is great. The plans look wonderful on what we have here. However, we need to fit in all the other aspects of this too, with the YMCA and the other areas that we want to look at. So, Dr. Sprague, I'll let you jump in here and we can talk.
Thank you. The trick, if you will be aligning this timeline with what the district wants to do in terms of establishing priorities for facilities, short-term, intermediate, and long-term, up to 15 years from now. So trying to align that with the momentum that is continuing in the community, with both thoughts on a YMCA and the Boys and Girls Club interested in an expansion. The Senior Center has its own space now, but we believe they're still interested in programming. So there's really something for everybody in this community interest, the school district included. So everyone up here, of course, has the district's interest as paramount, and that will not change. If we can gain community support through those other avenues, it makes sense then to combine resources. But even that is premature. So the first step in our minds would be to meet with Brian Bailey. He's an Antigo native who's done a lot of work with the partnering between WISE and school districts, like Danny said. So he gave us some dates, board members, if you are able to check your calendars. There are 3 that I'd like to start with that are in the evening, for those of you who are working during the day. So they are January 31st, February 20th, and February 28th.
20th and February?
28th.
20th and
28th.
20th. Okay, thanks.
I thought we could start with those 3, and if we can't find something.
30th or 31st?
31st,
That would be next Tuesday.
right. And that was the only January date he had available.
What time?
Time to be determined, whatever would work for this group.
And what Brian would like to do is the board to actually go to the YMCA facility in Wausau, so we can tour the facility. You have toured the facility, correct?
I have not. Tim did.
Okay.
Jake, you did? No? Okay.
So we would meet at a meeting point, and either I could get a bus and we can go all over at one time, or we caravan over, or we take our van, our church van, our school van. I don't have a church van. Don't want one either. And we could all go together over there to Wausau for that meeting.
I don't have that calendar with me, so.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, you're okay.
So the dates that Julie is proposing is, and Brian are proposing, is January 31st, February the 20th, and February the 28th. Write those dates down, and then let's contact Julie tomorrow by email, and she can nail down a date, let her know what dates that you're available. I would assume that we would leave here 5:36 in that area because of the drive over to Wausau. So we would leave around that time.
Can you just give me an idea of the scope of what just a brief, like 20 seconds on what the YMCA group wants to do? Like, they want to build a huge YMCA like in Wausau?
Well, I don't know that it's necessarily the size of the Y per se, but rather the idea on how we can all collaborate and share needs and spaces and therefore costs. So the Boys and Girls Club, it's no secret, they have outgrown their spaces even with the newly opened teen center. So they are embarking on a capital campaign soon because they need to do something else. Well, in the meantime, this YMCA idea was born out of a group who are interested in playing pickleball. But there's so much more, obviously, for people to be interested in than just pickleball. So then they started talking about a combined space. We have the needs for recreational spaces for our own teams, like gymnastics, I know, does not have, they've always been interested in additional space. Same with wrestling and looking at you, Jake, other sports are the two, okay. But you also know that on any given day, we're limited with what we can offer between practices and competitions. So daycare is still an issue for area families, and the condition of our elementary schools is an issue. So if you consider all of those factors and the heads that share their ideas, it just came about that we should consider, so it's still a brainchild, if you will, but consider the opportunity that we have to collaborate on one building project instead of everyone doing something separately.
So this is not like we build a new 4K to fourth grade building and then we have a new, the Boys and Girls Club takes a school and the YMCA takes a school and we got an extra school for sharing.
So what we talked about at our WASB meeting was that we were going to not come with a solution. We're going to come to our task force with all of these ideas and let the task force create the solution. If that.
That was a big focus of breakout sessions also.
Okay, so all kinds of ideas are potentially on the table.
And then the task force that's made up of the district as well as whoever wants to join, and we're going to solicit business leaders and other community members, and then those that are already on the, what's this board?
We're calling it a generational committee
Yeah.
because it really would be youngest infants, really, daycare through seniors.
So what we also see with the WASB meeting is the potential of having a facilitator from the WASB organization, be it Ben or Roger or somebody else who was sitting at the table that day, facilitate from the educational standpoint, and then Brian with his, coming from his side angle with the facilitating with the YMCA standpoint. And this is a community project that I'm getting approached with from several community members. What are we doing? And I'm at the stages, this is not even an infant state. This is a conception state right now of this idea, this project of tying all things together. And like Dr. Sprague said, rather than one group building over here and another group building over there, let's bring all of the ideas together to the table and see what's best interest for the entire community.
The YMCA's, do they get tax dollar support, or is that all member funded to run their
I believe it's
programs?
member funded, but that would be a Brian question.
And grants.
Yeah, yeah. I think I remember that meeting that Angie and I went to with the generational committee. They talked about grants, how they're funded.
Danny, just
Go ahead,
one
yes.
thing I'd like to ask that hasn't been mentioned, and the reason why they really kind of approached and started conversation with us as well is the most expensive thing of the Y is an aquatic center. And we already have an aquatic center, and they didn't want to be competition, but how can we partner? So that's the other portion of the district being in this collaboration, is the aquatic center, and making sure that whatever we do, that we're providing the best services we can to our community, including what we already have here, and not duplicating it, so.
Thank you for bringing that up.
Central point, thank you.
Yeah, yeah. And WASB also did mention, JD, that we can utilize this facility, this project through Fund 80 as a community project. They mentioned that a couple of times. You guys recall hearing Pat talk about that.
Other districts have done that too.
Done the
Fund
same
80
thing,
with
yep.
their aquatic center.
So we can raise that one without a referendum? We could take out a $122 million loan in that one?
No.
No, seriously.
Good try.
Seriously, we can take, is there a limit on that? We could take out a $20 million loan with that and build a school without a referendum?
No, I don't believe so. I'm looking at Dave, a finance guy, and Katie Ann. I don't believe that would be legal
Okay,
for us
so
to
you
do
could build a
that.
YMCA, or somehow we built a pool with that? Or it's totally,
The pool was built by a major
By a donation.
but now
Yeah.
we fund it with that money?
Yes,
So you can fund things, but you can't build them?
yes. Now you're on the right track, I believe.
That'd be something.
Good thoughts,
Fund the
JD.
Boys and Girls Club and fund the YMCA with our Fund 80, I don't know.
Well, we wouldn't be the sole funding source, certainly. We would have our hands full trying to fund something just district-related, of course. They would have to provide their own revenue.
And these are questions that we should take with us
Right.
whenever we go meet with Brian and bring forth at the task force committee on that level.
We already do fund partially, Boys and Girls Club. I mean, we do
I
have
mean,
funds.
with our,
Yeah.
with when we buy the services, you mean?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, right.
Yes. So I think this is, Dr. Bartle and I, we left Dr. Sprague's office on Friday, and it was a lot of excitement in the office about this project. And so we just go forward and let Julie know what day that you guys will be available. And so we can get a consensus of this. Mary Kay will let us know when we can, and Julie will let us know when we can
Thanks,
go
like,
together.
good work, you guys. It's so hard to get people behind a school building referendum in general, so
Yeah.
getting more stakeholders sounds like a.
And that's what WASB was excited about, the more stakeholders at the table. They really were. Did you have something to say?
Well, the building part of it was my idea to start this task force, because we need a plan to decide whether we're going to fix up buildings, destroy buildings, build new buildings, but we need a plan. And we have to look at our declining enrollment, what we're going to offer in the future in curriculum, And when Danny and I presented this at the Building and Grounds Committee, we need Jake's input, and he has a lot of input that he can give us with what and the statement I made to him was, one of the failures in the past has been the board never told the people what it would cost to fix up what we had. And that's has to be one of our starting points through Jake, is that we let people know, hey, if we're going to improve north, this is what it's going to cost us, and go at every school. And then the other thing I noticed that when Jake and I were having our back and forth is that Jake seemed a little, I'll say nervous, because his comment was, so we have a task force in the past, and the board never followed through. Something happened, derailed it, the referendums were not passed. So when the meeting was over, I caught Jake outside in the hallway. And I committed to him, and I committed to Julie and Danny on Friday. Whatever this task force comes up with for a plan for our district building-wise, I will support whatever the task force decides. And when that task force comes forward with a plan for this district, I will vote yes to whatever it is. If it's fix up the middle school, so be it. If it's build a new school up by the aquatic center, so be it. I just want this task force to have a plan for the future for this district. And I will vote for whatever they bring forward. That's my commitment.
That's very nice of you, Dave. Jake, so does that include, like, when you say fix up north, does that mean add a bunch of rooms? I mean, if there was space?
Can I,
Or is that?
can I share?
Wait just one second. Let's let JD finish and then.
Yeah, yeah, to JD.
Yeah, go ahead, Jake.
I'm not Jake, but we, at that committee, said that we wanted to meet current day standards. And yes, we are aware that the space does not provide for that, but the community needs to know what it would cost north to get to today's
Okay.
standards for education.
Jake, her voice sounded so much better than yours, sorry.
We were walking, I felt bad, I'm sorry.
So you got up to say yes.
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 Well
Ditto.
done, well done.
I was actually just gonna share what Kristen shared. so-
Okay.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
So if it's physically impossible, but we're still going to make a cost for it, so you're going to add rooms or something, how are you even going to figure that out? You're going to
Well,
rely on Bray or?
When you look back to the work that Bray has started on the capacity study, we really want to look at what the best practices are and what environments we want to provide our kids with. Sure, we can put them in any building, but, there's pros and cons to every building, and I can go through and explain to you structurally wise what the realities are. But the focus needs to remain on what do our kids need as an environment to learn, not just make sure they got 4 walls and a roof. And Bray really opened our eyes to that to start. I don't want to get too much into the numbers right now, but essentially the current way that we operate our elementaries, there's a lot that needs to be done and some realities that need to be discussed that we probably cannot provide what we need to at a couple of the locations unless we do some major renovation and restructuring, not only to the buildings, but to the programming, the grades that are there, things of that nature. I mean, there's always options out there, so I don't want to say that you can't do anything. But currently, the way that they're operated with the grades they have is so far away from what we should be providing our students that we need to take a serious look at them.
But somehow you're gonna get a reasonable estimate of what that would take, like you and Bray. That's not gonna be up to the task force, right? You're gonna come to
Correct.
the task force with what that would be.
Correct. We'll keep working through that with Buildings and Grounds in preparation for the task force.
The great questions that you're asking would actually be part of that discussion with the task force. Okay, that we see a limitation here at XYZ building, so what are we gonna do with this building? That'd be discussion at that task force level, with obviously the final decision coming to the board of accepting and approving and going forward.
And I think from my opinion is that we need to provide the task force with all the information and then let them decide, well, is building X capable to do anything that we need, or what do we have to do to it to make it capable, or do we not invest in it? You know, I don't think that we should come with a predetermined idea.
Yep.
Just provide enough information for the task force to make that decision.
Any other questions for Jake while he's standing there?
Oh.
Okay.
So when you're doing the task force, Danny, how do you propose getting the initial ideas for consideration out there?
Well, that would come, and Julie, you can help me, that would come from the facilitators that are working with us on this to help guide us in that direction, looking at strategic planning, looking at goals, looking at what the best practices, as Jake has said, for the students. That will be kind of a starting place for us to look at. Do we, Ben, let me give an example of Ben. He was the superintendent at Florence, and when he went to Florence, they was in the position that this district is about to go into, that Andy was referring to. They were going to dissolve that district. Well, Ben went there and they got a plan together, and they started with what they would like to have as a brand-new school in Florence. Well, so Ben said, okay, here's what it's going to cost, and he had the cost there, and they worked from that cost, which uniquely happened to be $24 million, and the community realized they're not going to get behind that. So they went back to their 100-year-old building that had 3 attachments to it, one built in 1950, one built in 1970, and one built in 1990s, in the 50s, 70s, and 90s. And through the community's planning and task force, they realized rather than building a new building, they want to keep that 100-year-old structure because it was structurally sound. And we heard Jake say at the last meeting that our middle school is going to stand for another 100 years. It needs some infrastructure work, but, it's there. So do we look at the additions that's been on there like they did in Florence? They tore down the 3 newer additions and added on new additions to the 100-year-old building. And they did that. Do you guys remember the price?
About 13?
13, yeah. 10, 13 million is what they did that addition for.
Okay, I was just worried that sometimes, in these things, it seems like whatever plans come to the table first end up being the main ideas that get focused on, but other times, last time we had a task force, you did a survey, there was like 7 options, so you need like 3, something that's a little more, people can actually get their head around it.
Be
And I
sure
don't
you're
know-
at the table in the planning force.
I just didn't know how you guys were gonna do that, or if you already had a clear idea of how you're gonna get to that.
I think part of that is with the facilitator in the pre-planning stages, and you identify what your district and community is wanting, what's most important. Is it one building district-wide? Is it several? Is it focused on academics and optimal environment and not necessarily the number of buildings you operate? So like getting the stakeholder feedback is really important to help guide then that step.
You better order about 50 more clickers.
We'll put Dustin on that.
No, seriously, right, to vote for these ideas fast. I don't know how much money they are. They don't look expensive.
Any other questions? Okay, let's move on to item F, Pupil Services Special Education Committee report. I will be looking for a motion.
I move the board approve the minutes from the January 9th, 2023 Pupil Service Special Education Committee meeting as presented.
Motion has been made. Kristen, would you like to speak to your motion?
I would. So as Angie said before, she was not present. So our initial discussion was on vaping. Since this was brought to the board's attention, I wanted it to be addressed at a committee level. Heidi provided the data of how many referrals we've had based on the vaping, and she also presented the alcohol use. There was also discussion by Mr. Rogers about a vaping detector that you could detect it on the student person. We didn't talk financials too much to that effect, but it was brought up that as an option. And then we said that there was detectors that you could actually have in the bathroom, but those are far outside our expense. And then we also discussed about how, including current consequences in the step ladder of how they're reprimanded. And then we talked about open enrollment for special education seats. This is the same as it's been in previous years. Basically, it just allows, so if there was an instance that for some reason we couldn't accept someone, it gives us the option, although we take special education students, so that's not an issue, but it just kind of gives us a background. We'll be voting on that later. And then the last thing, we're going to talk about the least restrictive environment, but really what we talked about is that in the future, the resolutions from the delegate assembly should be given to the administration, so if they do have any feedback, they are able to give it to the board before we decide where we're going to go with that further.
Okay, are there any other questions or comments on the meeting of the Pupil Services and Special Education?
I have some questions.
Yes, go ahead.
I was very excited to see the vaping on the agenda, and so I just had some follow-up questions. And maybe, I'm not sure if I directed it at you, Kristen, or may I direct it at administration?
Yes.
In that discussion in terms of the number of reports, there was, okay, let me back up. So there's been 37 total vaping incidents. I'm curious if we have the number of reports. So how many times it's been reported? Because I feel like that part of the data was missing to understand the scope of the issue.
Are you talking just high school?
Yes, thank
Okay.
you.
Mr. Rogers?
As far as reports, we get those usually daily. I would say it's more easy to classify it on a week basis. So I would say between 10 and 12 that's about the number of reports we get that, hey, so-and-so's got a vaping device on them. But as far as the day, like today, we didn't have any. But last week, one day, we had 4. So it depends on the day and it fluctuates.
Do we document that in some capacity? So, because it can be some days with a lot of reports that student A has a vape on them, is that documented, or is it only documented in the incidents that you guys talked about, the 37 total, I think?
It's only documented in the incidents that we find
a vape.
Something out there, yep.
Because, and that's what got me when I was listening to the discussion part, is we hear routinely from students, staff, parents, and community the struggles with the vaping at school. It's in every district, it's not just ours. But it was just a little unclear to me, because it seems like it's a focal point of concern, but the data didn't overly reflect it, I guess, and from my understanding. In terms of, is it a deterrent with our current consequences? Does staff feel it's a deterrent with what we're currently doing for consequences? I was also uncertain if there was action steps with that component of the discussion, or if it's going to continue the vaping discussion. Is it going on an agenda again? Is there a review of the consequences currently being used?
There's discussion about increasing the citation. That's at administration discussion right now.
Got it. That makes sense.
As far as at the committee level, that the number of reports, it's very difficult and very time consuming and takes a lot of resources to figure out where that report is coming from. in order to, basically to figure out who it was.
Yes, yes.
Can you, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I had a conversation with our school resource officer who was talking about the wand, handheld wand. You can speak better to it. Can you share a little bit more on that? I know it was slightly discussed in your committee, but if you could share more, it seemed like a really positive thing to explore further for our district.
Yeah, and it's a metal detector wand. So, I know today I chatted with another school district that uses them, and it just detects metal. It doesn't detect any specific vaping something or other. But they use them on students, and they checked with their attorney, and they follow their search and seizure policy that they have, and I didn't look at that and compare it with ours yet, or talk to Dr. Sprague about it yet, but
We have 20 seconds left on this.
Sorry.
So I just wanted to clarify that metal detector wand piece, and they're about $160.
So is that going back to committee to have that discussion since I'm under 5 seconds?
Yes.
Yes, we will look at that further to see if that's something that we should bring to our district.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Hearing no questions, the voting device is open to accept the minutes as read from the Pupil Services Special Education Committee. Would anybody like to change their vote? Okay, the voting is closed, and the motion carries. We'll move to item 6, board action, letter A. I will be looking for a motion, consideration to approve the purchase of sand storage unit.
I move the board approve the purchase of the sand storage unit from Camera Corner Connecting Point at the cost of $53,490.
Motion has been made. Dr. Bardo, you want to speak to that motion?
Yeah, in the report, Mark had made a report to the Finance Committee, and basically, our current sand unit exceeds its life at the end of April 2023. So we're basically in a position that we need to buy one. Correct, Mark?
Yes, that would be very helpful.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments?
Would you just tell me what, it's a big server or what?
Mark? Mark, you want to come over to explain that? Thanks.
Yes, it's basically a box with a bunch of hard drives in it that we store all the servers, like our VMs and everything else on it. It's just that the old hardware and is just end of life.
How many terabytes does $60,000 get you?
I want to say there was 2.4 terabytes there, but then you do a array situation so that you're actually only getting probably maybe, I think it's like 16 to 18 terabit total out of it, because you're copying over if 2 drives go bad at the same time, you're not losing all of it because the other drives will take over, and then you got hot swap and new drives in. It's just the way things are operating these days, so.
Cool.
Okay.
Any other questions? Hearing no questions, the voting device is open. If you are voting in favor of, yes. Against, no. Would anybody like to change their vote? All right, the voting is closed, and the motion carries. You can go ye. Letter B, consideration to approve purchase of replacement security cameras. I will be looking for a motion.
I move the board approve the purchase of replacement and additional security cameras from Camera Corner Connecting Point at the cost of $72,800.25.
Motion has been made. Dr. Bardo, you want to speak to your motion?
Mark shared that we have outdated security cameras and we have inadequate coverage at some places in our buildings.
And I will add to this that Mark mentioned that all of this cost is in his budget. So this is not affecting general fund, it's budgeted. Angie, go ahead.
Are you utilizing the same cables?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we're just gonna buy new ones and switch out into the cables that are already there, except where there isn't a camera right now, then we'd have to run a cable.
Okay, and
Or
are
where
we,
there is one, we use the same cabling.
okay, and are we leaving the old cameras in place?
No,
Okay,
no, the ones we're replacing are from 2016, and again, end of life was about, 16 months ago. So
Okay.
we're just switching those out.
okay. All right, thanks.
Any other questions? Hearing no questions, the voting device is open. Would anybody like to change their vote? Voting is closed, and the motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you. Letter C, consideration to approve second reading of revised policy 5464, early graduation. I will be looking for a motion, and this is the second reading.
I move the board approve the second reading of policy 5464, early graduation, as presented.
Motion has been made. Jill, would you like to speak to your motion?
No.
Okay. Any other questions? Comments? Hearing no questions or comments, the voting machine is now open. Would anybody like to change their vote? The voting is now closed, and the motion carries. Letter D, consideration to approve 2023-2024 open enrollment special education seats. I will be looking for a motion.
I move the board approve the 2023-2024 open enrollment special education seats as presented.
Motion's been made. Kristen, would you like to speak to your motion?
I did during the committee, and this is what we've done, and good.
Any other questions or comments?
I just have a question. When is open enrollment?
Always.
Okay, I thought there was like a time.
There's
No,
different
ask
deadlines
Mary
for
Kay.
everything,
Mary
but
Kay.
it's,
Hold one second.
Regular
Mary
open
Kay.
enrollment is next week, I think it's February 2nd, I think, February 1st, February 2nd. Goes through the end of April, and then it's closed until the 1st of July. That's when the alternate open enrollment applications are accepted.
Okay, and how long does that one go for till?
That goes until the end of January.
Okay,
Well, it actually goes, yeah, they can still alternately open enroll this year through the end of the year. What alternate, the regular open enrollment for next year starts February 1.
okay. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Hearing no questions, the voting machine is open. Would anybody like to change their vote? All right, the voting is closed, and the vote carries. Item E, consideration to approve 2023-2024 district calendar. I will be looking for a motion.
I move the board approve the 2023-2024 district calendar as presented.
Motion has been made. Jill, would you like to speak to your motion?
Does that include asking a question?
Yes.
Okay, then yes. Question on, I'm sorry, I didn't have this up yet. The last day of school is noted as June 4th on the bottom, but it's supposed to be red, and it's not. Red is on May 31st, which I think people would appreciate, but
That's my error on the bottom. An original draft had June 4th, but then in eliciting comments and suggestions from staff, we changed a few things, and they agree with you because you had talked about that at last year's calendar draft. And we are able to end, should the board approve this, on May,
31.
thank you, oh, wrong year, May 31st. So I'll change that on the bottom.
That is exciting.
You have any other questions?
I think that people watching would appreciate this. I'm going to ask to be sure that then graduation would be Saturday, June 2nd. Or not? Has that changed too?
It would be,
Graduation's always on a Sunday.
Sunday, sorry. It is on a
Yes.
Sunday on this calendar.
Yes, so on the 2nd.
Okay.
Correct. And that's what this draft indicates.
Yes, it does. Yep.
is there any other questions? Angie, go ahead.
I'm just curious if you can explain why grades 10, 11, and 12 are going to be starting on Thursday, August 31st. Just starting at on Thursday and Friday, just seems like not a whole lot would get done.
Actually, the staff prefers a short week like that, and the high school has traditionally had the younger grades in first, 8 and 9. The 9th graders mentor the 8th grade. It's kind of a softer transition for them. And then the upperclassmen join the next day. I would be bringing an exemption resolution to you in February, should this pass, so that we can start before the September 1st traditional date. Did that answer your question, Angie?
Yes.
Okay.
What do we decide to do for snow days in this?
So when
With remote learning?
When we offer remote learning, we can count those minutes. Amy Doms and I just revisited, even with this year, having the number of snow days we have. We counted remote learning 3 of those days, and the day just before winter break, we did not, and we're still in really good shape. The number of The number required for high school is 1,137 hours. That's grades 7 through 12. And we're well within that even with snow days. So, well over that, I should say.
I was just wondering if we could do 3 snow days to start without having remote learning.
We could. We're,
okay.
it's at 4.
So that's enough built in.
Right.
Okay, so you already assumed you'd do the first 4 as full snow days, and after that, remote learning next year? Or,
No, we still plan to offer remote learning. Now I want to make sure, but those, we're over minutes, but we're okay with that, if that makes sense. We don't want to cut it short and have to extend in June.
There's enough minutes, what I'm hearing you say, there's enough minutes even if you did have 3 snow days, not
Yes.
remote learning.
Yes.
Okay, I was just thinking of Jill's point and Angie's that they would have preferred to have the first couple straight snow days. You know, just assume that families could relax on those days so we could be nice to our childhood selves. But they,
Yeah, I think,
Hold one second.
I'm
I think
no,
I
that's
saw
fine.
Angie's
That-
hand.
Yeah, or,
Well, I just want to say, when the messages, from a parent's standpoint, when the messages go out for cancellation of school, it needs to be very clear whether it's a snow day or a virtual learning day. Like this last time, the first message that went out, I don't know if it was like at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, said that school had been canceled, and it did not say if it was a snow day or a virtual learning day. But then high school families got another message from Mr. Rogers, and then that one clarified that it was to be a virtual learning day. So I think there's some confusion going on from a parent's, standpoint, perspective. So I just want to make sure that we're very clear and that all the messages are saying the right, and consistent thing. So, just wanted to say that.
Okay, Jill?
yes, there still is uncertainty on the most recent school day. There was a lot of confusion, as Angie shared. And so there's 2 things. One is we can do a better job focusing on and clarifying that and making it very quick and easy to understand. Because I don't know if it's the high school newsletter or what, but I screenshot it before this last one, where if it's called during the school day, the following day is remote learning. And so I think there's things that we can learn from this too to clear up confusion. I also feel, I think Point did this, where they had 3 snow days, and then after that, it was remote learning, virtual learning days, and it just was very clear. So it's not a game day decision. Families know it's the 3rd and final. Next one will be a virtual learning day. You know, so I just think it helps with just being clear. I respect the way in which we're doing it and the why behind it. I'm just looking at clarity for students and parents, because there's discrepancy in my own house as to if it was a snow day or a virtual learning day.
Yes, I agree with you, Jill.
Now I understand what you're talking about. Clint did in the newsletter, in the high school newsletter, they had some verbiage that wasn't shared with families, but then went out in that newsletter. So he clarified that, but
It was
you must
changed.
have, yeah.
Yes, since, yep.
Okay.
Am I still talking? Can I ask
You
another
can,
question? Okay. Did, last year, I know at the bottom of the draft, or maybe in a separate attachment, was the instructional minutes. Were those calculated for this calendar?
Yes, just to make sure that we had enough. I don't have them in front of me, but I have past years.
Do you recall offhand what it is in comparison to past years?
Yes. For instructional hours in 2021, we had 1190. This is 7 through 12. In 21-22, 1204, so 1,204. And then this year, 1,211.
Can you say this year's again?
We added two more professional development days because we were substantially over, and in talking with staff, especially the elementary, we did look at ways to provide elementary more collab time than their middle and high school counterparts. Nobody really felt comfortable with that idea because we wanted families to all be on the same schedule. So as a compromise, you'll see that in green, we're offering professional development days more consistently throughout the calendar, and 2 additional than we had in the past.
Julie, I'm seeing 2 PD days in October.
Yes, the first one is in September. It's kind of counting as September's,
I
but we
understand.
wanted to have beginning of the year benchmarking completed. And so that's the first one. That second one is the CISA 9 Collaborative Day that was so successful this year.
Thank you. Yes, Angie?
I just want to say that, I just want to put out a shout out to, I guess, Mr. Rogers, because the message that he sent out for the high school on this last day that we closed was great, because it was very clear, because it was the week of finals and at the semester end, or the end of the semester rather. And so he was very clear on what the kids were supposed to do today and tomorrow, and how all the finals were going to be handled, because I know my daughter was kind of stressed out about, like, I don't know if I'm supposed to take these finals online, I don't know what's going on. So I just want to give a shout out to Mr. Rogers for doing a great job with that.
Any other questions or comments about the calendar in draft? This will become the calendar for next year once we vote on this tonight.
Just to confirm, so you feel comfortable and confident that we have enough instructional minutes with the calendar as presented?
Positive.
Okay, thank you.
Hearing no other questions or comments, the voting devices are open. You are voting to approve the 2023-2024 school year calendar. Would anybody like to change their vote? All right. Voting is closed, and it carries. The 2023-24 calendar has been approved. Item F, consideration to approve overnight travel. I will be looking for a motion.
I move the board approve girls gymnastics overnight travel on February 10th through 11th, 2023 to Ashland for gymnastics meet. Girls softball spring training on March 18th through March 24th, 2023 in Clearwater, Florida. Girls softball overnight travel on March 31st through April 1st, 2023 to Boston, thank you, was right there. For a softball tournament, Northern Edge Hockey for a tournament in Beaver Dam on January 28th through 29th, 2023, and Skills USA Regional Competition at UW Stout on February 23rd and 24th, 2023.
Motion has been made. Would you like to speak to your motion?
No.
Any other questions? Comments from board members? Hearing none, your voting devices are open to approve the overnight travel. Would anybody like to change their vote? The voting is closed, and the motion carries. Item G, report of district retirements and resignations. I would be looking for a motion.
I move the board approve the resignation of Tony Edge, North Elementary first grade teacher, and retirements of Mary Ponzak, Aquatic Center Director, and Gay Seidel Middle School Special Education Paraprofessional.
Motion has been made. Would you like to speak to your motion?
We'd just like to say thank you to the staff retirements and congratulations. And also thank you to Tony as well within her capacity at North.
Any other questions or comments? The voting machine is open. Would anybody like to change your vote? The voting is now closed, and the motion carries. Item H, report of district new hires. I will be looking for a motion.
I move the board approve the following new hires: John Osmond, custodian, and Ruth Redinger, housekeeper.
Would you like to speak to your motion?
No, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Your voting devices are open. Would anybody like to change your vote? Voting is now closed, and the motion carries. Welcome to the new hires. Letter I, report of donations. Looking for a motion.
I move the board accept the following donations: $10,000 from Anonymous for Clara R. Mechanic Aquatic Center, $100 from Tom and Darlene Krieger for AHS Band Rose Bowl trip, $250 from Rose and Tim Prunty for the Clara R. McKenna Aquatic Center, $500 from John and Elsa McKenna for the Clara R. McKenna Aquatic Center, and $13,655 from Andy and Leon Sheldon Charitable Trust for the Clara R. McKenna Aquatic Center, for a total of $24,505.
Motion has been made. Would you like to speak to your motion?
I'd like to say thank you to all those who donated. Their generosity is greatly appreciated.
Any other questions or comments?
Somebody better check with all those donors before we give it away to the YMCA to make sure they'll still keep donating.
Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, your voting devices are open. Would anybody like to change their vote? Voting is closed, and the motion carries. We'd like to say thank you to all of those donors. Okay, closed session. We have two items for closed session. Letter A, consideration of a motion to adjourn in a closed session pursuant to Section 19.851C of the Wisconsin statutes for the purpose of considering the employment status of a public employee over which the Board of Education exercises jurisdiction including discussion regarding possible renewal of administrative contracts. And letter B, consideration of a motion to adjourn into closed session pursuant to Section 19.851C of the Wisconsin statutes for the purpose of considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the Board of Education has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility, including the performance evaluation for the district administrator.
So moved.
Motion has been made. Would you like to speak to your motion?
No.
Any questions or comments? Voting devices are open for us to go into closed session for both letters A and B.
Should be a roll call, Dan.
This is not considered roll call? We'll do roll call as Mary Kay is looking at me. Roll call, Mary Kay, please.
Matt Miller,
Yes.
Mary,
Yes.
Schreiber,
Yes.
Schrader,
Yes.
Maddox Nelson,
Yes.
Bardo,
Yes.
Hyatt.
Yes. And the motion carries. We are now in closed session.
Do you think we could put that in policy so we can use these things, or is that a state statute?
I think we could because the names are up there. Can you do some checking on that?
I can.
Anybody interested, the girls won
Yeah.
Okay. Ready? Okay, as a result of closed session, the board has voted to renew the contracts of 2 of our administrators. Okay? Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion to adjourn, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. It is carried.
And we move the superintendent evaluation till next Monday.
Yes, I'm sorry.
8:15.
Did you already shut us off, Dustin?
No, I mean, that's on. Okay.
Yes, that's okay.
All right.